It was actually me. I said that it would be fun, and I was wrong. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are going to do some car eating. Oh God. Oh dear. There's too many of them. Well, anyway, it's fine. I have been... Oh, you're right. You sure are correct. I have been instructed on how to arrange this, so let's do that, and then... let me pull up the Discord. I have a picture that I'm going off of, and it's in my Discord. Okay. Okay, you do this. Yeetily. Oh, okay. Joe, you get to figure out how to pronounce that. Meanwhile, I have been instructed in how to do this thing. So if we do that, okay. Then we can place... Okay, so we gotta do this, and then... It's... Okay. This has to go this way. But it's not possible. It has to go this way. And it just won't... Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we eat that, and then that, and then that. Yes! Okay, we're getting somewhere. This took me like half an hour. Okay, let's see, pull the picture back up. I believe... Yes, that is an activator rail. Cool. Alright. I have my picture up over chat for a second, so if y'all say anything, I will see it in a minute. I need a... soul sand. Observer. Okay, and then the observer goes here. And a trapdoor. Okay, so we need a redstone block. I'm just gonna stick it here. There. Okay. Now we have powers, and we're gonna do an activator rail. Not because this is ever gonna activate the cart, but because we need it to activate the observer. Okay. Now, we do a dispenser. The dispenser goes... there. Okay, and then we have this here. And we have to do... that, and... Okay, so this needs to go here, actually. Okay, there's a cart eater. And it eats, let's see, this can go up, and then it needs the soul. Actually, it just needs to find this. Okay, and then a button. Just for testing purposes. Upper mine carts. Okay, I'll catch up with chat just a second. Okay, moment of truth. Oh boy, okay, chat. Oh, okay, a lot of chat. I'm not looking at chat because maybe it's happened. Okay. Yeet. Vex is as usual first. Alyssa has succumbed. Okay. She's made a spreadsheet for the egg item combos for Monster Care Simulator. Indie Pokemon Hospital Management Simulator. I'm just thinking 2-point at this point, like 2-point Pokemon Hospital Management Simulator. Okay. Yes, I love that we have Ray's Works to discover everything that we need in Minecraft. Okay, the GIF wasn't a recording, you typed it out by I'm impressed. I'm even more impressed that it only took you 15 minutes. Let's see. Part of the backyard is bugged. That sounds like a Sims thing. The way the Monster Care Simulator game looks. I wonder if the dev will do any collabs. I would love to care for other monsters from other games. Just care for a bunch of creepers. That's what we want. Here's the thing. 15 minutes is a lot of work for Vex because Vex only does 2 things. He will do projects that will take him like 15 hours, or he will do things that take no work at all. But 15 minutes? No, Vex would never. Okay, let's see what happens. So far, so good. That's what I'm saying, Vex. That's what I'm saying. Okay, this is a good sign. Very good sign. Okay, so all we really need then is a piston. I'm gonna do the same crap that I did last time. But if I stick a piston here, it should work. To align the items. That's a trap chest. Now wait a second. The cart did yeet, but it did not. It did not do the thing that it was supposed to do. I wonder if it got destroyed. Or there should have been hopper somewhere. Is there a hopper in this design? There is. Unfortunately. It goes where I need that piston to be. Okay. You've got a mango passion fruit soda. Okay. Is this the soda that we were talking about last time? Or is this a different soda? That's my question. Okay, so we sure do have a lot of items here. Leaves. Hmm. Oh, you know what? This doesn't matter. Because we're going to cycle them anyway, so... Okay. You. Die. Okay, so that doesn't actually matter, because we're just going to cycle them. Um, this has to be a leaf. And then... slime. And a sticky piston. Go that way. Um... Then we just need a way to power this. And I think we can just take the power directly from here. So what we can do, for example, is we can just go here and here. With redstone. And this will provide us... Perfect. Okay. And then... block with the carpets. Perfect. Okay. We only have a slight problem now. Although I think it just solved for us because... Yeah. I think this is already solved. Um... Except... no, we need to not do this. Eva, I'm still seeing them. Maybe you don't have the bucket anymore after you reinstalled Windows or something, but I still see the bug. I still see your printouts. Okay. A little bit messed up here because I think this is just going to work a lot better if we can get them on the other side. If we get the loaders on the other side. Because what has to happen here is that we have to push the items this way and this way. So we have to push them this way to align them with the hoppers, and then we have to push them this way. But if we turn the loaders around and put them on the other side of the ice, then we have a lot more room to work with. Joe, the other thing is that we're, I'm gonna yeet everything here. Um, oh God. I don't think I ever said what the other thing was. The other thing is that we're limited on height here. We have to have a relatively compact car eater. And I've got it worked out perfectly just now, so I like what I got going on. Let's see. What did it? Load schematics. Loader. Okay, this thing. Is this the one? I believe so, yes. Okay. Turn this around. Figure. Let's shift this over so that I can... Okay, so now we can push items this way before pushing them across. Joe, it sort of does. That's what I was thinking earlier, but there was still like they need to go back around, and there was no place to put them. There's no place to align them. So this'll do. This will be what we need. Yeah, Joe, that's the general idea, but I know what I'm doing. Okay, sort of. I have a thing in my head that, that I'm trying to do at this moment. Um, okay. Okay, so here's our... And I think... I don't actually know if this hopper is going to align them conveniently for me or not. Let's throw an item and find out. It's not because of these leaves. You're welcome, Joe. I mean, you're welcome. Yeah, yes, you're correct. Thanks to cervix. Um, hmm. Wait, how is this? Okay, I think if we do, like... I think we just have to have oak leaves on the corners and then just do this and this and then I think if we... think if I do this... Does it go? It does. Okay, it escapes. Okay, so you see our problem here. We have to push the items from here. But in doing so, we also have to push them this way after they get looped around. Which means we have to have some way of aligning the items. And of pushing them this way. Which would be easy if we could have a chest here. But we can't, because we need a popper there for the cart unit to work. Oh, I've run into a problem again. If I've never heard that expression, I think you made it up. We've... And I can't even place anything here that would stop the items. I wonder if I can do... Okay. If I do this... Okay, so that definitely is not stopped by the hopper. I would move the whole thing down, but I can't because... Oh, I suppose maybe... Oh, you know what I could do? I could use the wall, because the wall has a hitbox that's a little bit taller. And that will stop the items. And maybe then they'll be aligned correctly. That was bad timing. Okay, so if I do that... No, that doesn't work. I guess the item still fits through here. That shouldn't make a difference, but I guess we can try it. The problem we have is that... Where exactly do you expect me to put these sea pickles, Joe? Yeah, that does not work. Okay. I truly need just one more block. I wonder if... Let me see these car eaters. Okay, let me see. Where did I... Let's see. I have too many Minecraft archive discords. I mean, the true problem here is the bedrock. If we just had more hide available. But this is the shortest one that I can find, the shortest loader that I have, and or the shortest filtered loader that I have. And the hopper has to be there. There's nowhere else to put it. Joe, if you got any good ideas. I don't know how it's going to be shorter, though. This is by far the shortest of the designs that I have. Seven? Okay, then here's what we're going to do. We're just going to shift everything over and... Okay, this thing needs to stop for the moment. We're going to do what Joe sort of suggested, and we're going to put honey block here. So I like how this layout is looking. So we're going to put a honey block here, and then we have to put a... Okay, hang on. Okay. I want to turn this thing off. So I'm aware, Joe. I think no matter what, the rail's gonna break, but yep, what I thought. Alright. About that tall. Oh, you can't place rails on leaves. Then we'll have to use a glazed terracotta. Give me the other one. Okay. There's a way to do this. Wasn't that? Okay. It was also not that. It's also not that. No. I had this. Shit. Okay, so this goes here. Then this goes here. This goes there and vector rail goes here. There. That's how it is. That's how it is. Okay. Joe, the farm is already built and it's a pain in the ass, so I'm kind of avoiding that. Okay, but if I do that, I think I just want to use these instead of the leaves. Because they look cool. And then, let's see, this is going to be driven by some other mechanism, but... Okay, honey. If I push it the honey, and then I push it the slime, it'll go in here. Ooh, you know what I could do? I could just have them... Like, there's no rule that says I have to have a cycle. I can just have it go back and forth. It's gonna look like chaos, but... If I were to do, for example... String. If I were to put a string here... Observer here. It's 7. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tall. Is it filtered, Eve? can't do that. I'm gonna need this then, and I'm gonna need that. And slime, sticky piston. So the slime goes there. This goes here. That. And that. And this and a repeater. Because we need this pulse to be just long enough to do its thing. Give me this block, please. Okay, so now if I throw an item, it should kick it back at me. Oh, for God's sake. Did I ask for a party? Okay, you go here. Where are you? This thing is kind of quasi-power, whatever I put here. And so we'll have to power this by some other means. Okay, so I throw an item. And then this here and this here. Okay, that's aligned. And then we eat it. And it goes into one of the hoppers because of course it's... Okay, let's just block these off for a second. Okay, so if this works the way that I'm planning, it's gonna go across and then it's gonna come back. Looks like this doesn't do it enough on the ice. We would need to use something else with a different hitbox. that also is piston movable. I really don't think so, Joe. This is just not aligned in the way that it needs to be. It's too much on the hopper. I wonder if I can do... This is gonna be the death of me. Unless... Absolutely not, Joe. Okay. This is kind of stupid, but there's no actual rule that says our ice actually has to be aligned with this. We can push the ice stream one block this way. And then put the hoppers back on this side. And then it'll be aligned right. This might make a storage pro cringe, but I am not a storage pro. Why are you not moving? I select you. And this, despite some challenges with see, this will be aligned correctly. The challenge becomes reading. Okay, that's not even a problem if we do this. Okay, cool. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do there, there, there. Joe, what are you saying? The one I just, yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't work. It's cursed. It looks like it is destined to horribly fail, but it does work. All we have to do is push items back and forth. And I think that string is probably not affected by slime bug. We can check. A button. Cool. So then we would just need a... Because the items would stop here. And at that point, if the observer wouldn't stick, then... I mean, fair, Joe. Okay, so if I would do that, that wouldn't work, which is really disappointing because that would make this really compact. But for example, a pressure plate. I'm trying to get this as compact as I possibly can. And the problem with placing a block here is that the slime would stick to it. What we can do... Okay, I want this compact, so I'm gonna put this here, and then do this here, and that. Okay, now we do an observer, we do this block here, we do this, we do this, and this, and then we do a repeater. Okay, so now, if I take this item, I'm gonna block the filters. I take this item and throw it. And then I push this button. And then I push this button. Excellent. As long as it doesn't break. Because now we have a little bit of a problem. And that problem is that this thing is going to be triggered by two different inputs now. We need to detect the presence of items and trigger this. Trigger this one. Don't really care about this one in that case. But if you would detect the presence of items here, I wonder how... This might require some logic. Because we need to make sure that if the minecart arrives, then we need to push this piston and then this one. And that's what's going to start the cycle. But then we need to push this one even if the minecart doesn't arrive, if there's items that come this way. And we need to make sure that we don't do this too fast or at the same time. So, what about doing Drillstone? Drillstone. Okay. Oh, that's evil. It's also not going to work. But it would have been super cool. I was going to do redstone ore because, okay, if we have a redstone ore, this would have been so cool. Oh, shit. Okay. Put that there. Okay, and then... Okay. Then we would primarily trigger off of items coming here. And if items are constantly going back and forth, then this redstone ore will stay activated. But if the redstone ore... Joe, you good? If the redstone ore... Oh, this is decorative. If the redstone ore deactivates, that means there's no items cycling. And then if more land on it, it'll activate, and we can fire the pistons. But that just really doesn't work. For one thing, the slime and honey will stick to it. For another, it doesn't give us all the information we need. There we go. Okay. So we can just keep tossing this back and forth, but... Give me a string. Actually, what about a pressure plate? I like the idea of using a pressure plate. Use this one. Why not? Check. This might be too slow, but we'll see. Hang on. If we do this. Okay. This is just going to be pretty fast, is the thing. Oof, this is going to be difficult wiring. But we could do something that's kind of like... Okay, so then the note vault gets powered. That fires. And I mean, we could try just taking an output from this normally. We do that. So just... Right. And let's just see if this even works. It will block the hopper, which we can't have. But we could do this. God, I knew this would be... I hate working with items in the nether. I just hate it. It's awful. Doesn't work either because we need... That will, however. Hmm. Interesting. I don't think that's what's supposed to happen. Also, why did that stay? Damn. Okay, hang on. I know that it broke. I broke it. What actually happened was that once the items were pushed onto the pressure plate, and of course this stayed activated. Although why they didn't get pushed off, I don't know. But wait, let's do this one more time. Okay, it just seems like the pressure plate stops the items. So this is gonna have to be strict. And what we can actually do is this and string here. This will detect the items going by, and then we can fire this piston. Because we can't go over the top. Down. If we were to go, if we were to put, for example, the observer here, no, over there, then we could have. We'd have to choose this block carefully, but actually this might have to be glass. In fact, even this might have to be glass. But I think this we can get away with. This might have to be glass. Okay, so somehow we need to get this signal to power this piston. And we can't do the convenient thing and put a observer right here because that has to be this block. What we might be able to do is power this block. So if we did that, then thanks, Joe. Okay, hang on. If I do this and then I do a lever, and just a regular ass block. Do I get a repeater signal? I do. Okay, so this just got easy. If I can make this a regular ass, if I can make this a regular block, I don't know if I can. I want to see if the car eater works this way. Because my guess is it was glass for a reason. But we'll never know unless we try. I love how long it takes to get this answer. And it does not work. Okay, so this has to be glass. And if this has to be glass, then the easy way of getting the signal across will not work. Let me double check the drawing and make sure I'm not missing something important. Nope, just needs more glass. Particularly here. Oh, you know what I did wrong? These these have to be powered. Hang on. Let's do this again, shall we? Redstone. Here. What about? I just want to power my rails down. And this one can't be. And this, I think, if it didn't need to be. I mean, I guess I could try this. Oh, that doesn't even work anyway. This one maybe? No, that breaks the other thing. It can't be this one. And I guess it could be this. Which shouldn't quasi-power anything. Um, it's ugly AF though. What about? I want something a little cleaner. So what if I do this? Okay, that powers this one, but not this one. It looks like power can go up, but not down. So if that's the case, I wonder does that let's quasi power that piston. That's what I thought. Okay. Joe, I'm sorry you've been abandoned. Okay, that can go there for now. And we'll just see if this works. Yes! Okay, that makes my job easy. Because now all I need is ice here, string, observer, redstone dust, and now we read out over here. With a repeater, and we get the same timing that we have on the other side. Why are these not? Okay. Do I have to have an ice block here? I don't think so. But maybe? is not getting long. Alright, we're getting somewhere. And a little tennis here. um, Thanks, Joe. Okay, so we have a couple of problems with this thing. Problems that would be solved. Really quite more conveniently. Quite a bit more conveniently. Because what we can do is gonna try to beat everything here. This I'm gonna put here because I can. This doesn't even need to be more, so go away. You go away. Gonna put this back the way it was. And then I'm gonna do what I should have done from the beginning. Getting efficient at that. Okay, good. Okay, car heater. Right, very, very simple proposition, relatively speaking. All we actually need to do here is get rid of all of these. All right. Yes, Joe. Okay, so all we really need to do is separate these. And that solves several problems in one. Because we can just put this here. with a cake for alignments. And this thing. Okay, so if I have an item, actually I don't even care about alignment at this spot here, but yeah, that literally doesn't matter. All I have to do is move this just a little bit and we're fine. I don't know why I insisted on making everything complicated. That's just the kind of person I am. But what we're gonna do is we are gonna observer. And then we're gonna do this. Piston. And redstone. Joe, that should have been my stream title, but I didn't have that kind of foresight. Okay. Oops, that's not good. Do that. Do carpets. And now when items get in here, bug in my house. Okay. So now when we get items, they're gonna come over here and they're gonna go push this way. And at that point, it becomes trivial to do the thing that you're gonna do. Because all we have to do is... I mean, technically we have to move this over one. Because we do need a little bit of room to work, but I'm gonna go back to using leaves because that makes it easy to spawn proof everything. Leaves. What about those big particles? Let's do azaleas. Those at least have a nice color. And then we can do this and this and a chest. Or rather a cake. Because I like using cake when I can. You can leave. You absolutely get it. Okay. Do this, do... Not cool. This might be a little bit of a challenge, but certainly not an insurmountable one. We just have to lay this out in a way that we have room without activating the dispenser. And we can't put an observer here. Okay, observer. This will cause a power. So we have to be a little careful. But that's not necessarily a problem as long as it doesn't get... actually, as long as we do something like this. We would do that, and then redstone dust, and I think this will be fine. That should, in theory, avoid quasi-powering the dispenser. What it might do is power the trapdoor. But it does not appear to. String. Slime block. Regular ass leaves. Piston. Okay, so the only problem that we might encounter now is that items might come this way while the piston is extended. And that would cause item loss, because they would try to enter the stream at just the wrong time. And with the level of activity that this piston has, that's actually pretty likely. So we can solve that problem, sort of. If so essentially whenever this piston is extended, we want this piston not to fire. Okay, so here's our circuit that's going to activate this one. And we're going to put in like a... We'll leave off the repeat for now. Okay. I did not expect this to be so challenging. Like, I feel like I'm missing something. So that's not what I wanted to do. We still need this. But what we want is for... Okay, we're going to have this be a repeater. It truly is. It absolutely is. Okay. And now we get to use a very little known mechanic of the locking repeater. Okay, 1 second. Let me do a glazed terracotta. Waxed. Oh, that didn't even come through on Firebot. You guys must have been on top of it. Okay. Show me. Okay. So and then we'll do this one so that the timing is in sync. And then any time that this piston is extended, this repeater will be locked for the same duration. Sort of. This doesn't actually solve the problem that we want to solve, though, because what we actually want is to introduce a delay. Where if this piston is extended, then we want to wait. Oh, you know what we could do? We could skip the triggering altogether. Ugh. We could do this entirely based on the clock, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so the items get heated, they fall down here, they get pushed. We can't detect them here because the slime block has to go there. So we'll have to time the push after the car gets heated. At which point they go over here. And that means that we have to time our entry into this system appropriately. But we have two concerns. Let me get rid of all of this because we're not going to need it for the moment. We need to make sure that this thing is retracted when we're not using it. Otherwise, we just move the problem around. So this thing has to be retracted until it's needed. But then when it does need to push, we need to synchronize it with this side. Because otherwise, items will just get stuck here. They get stuck right here on the edge. If they get pushed into the slime block while the pistons extend. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, and this is gonna be... Bear with me. We're gonna have a... regular piston here. Because essentially what we want to do is we want to signal that this thing needs to push. But we don't want it to actually push until this gives it the go-ahead. So for that, we can use this thing, which will get pushed over here. Hang on a second. That makes it stateful. We don't want to make it stateful. Okay. What we can do is we can put a sticky piston here. Well, that's what I wanted. And a solid block here. Okay, I'm gonna have to explain in a minute what I'm thinking here. But I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, thanks, Eve. Okay, so here's the idea. When this observer fires, it's going to push this block up. I've seen. Um, okay, so when this observer fires, it'll push this block up. And what that's actually going to do is it's going to signal that this needs to push, but it's not going to push just yet. Ah, damn. And then we're going to have a line that goes, and we'll probably optimize the layout here in a second. But essentially, the idea that I have is that we're going to have this be on a repeater. Let's see. Oh, that makes this even easier. Okay. So here's the idea. If we do this, and we do this, and this. Oops. Or even just this, and this. Okay. So now we have a block here. And this block is going to be powered detectably whenever we're good to go here. I'm actually going to put this on the other side just to make this a little bit easier to wire, I think. Maybe. Well, we'll see. Point is, this block is now powered whenever we're good. Whenever this piston is retracted. As soon as this goes forward, then we don't have... Actually, you know what we can do? This would be easier if we put this here. Okay, and now we have to... Oh, we can do this even easier. Okay. Do this. We'll do node block. Because the node block, I think, will not actually be powered by this. Correct. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. So what's happening here is that this node block, and we just made this stateful again. Let's see if we can make this not be that way. I just need a way then to... That's an idea. That can't work. What can work, however, is if I have a torch here. Provided this is like... Or... like that. Okay. So this is not going to be powered. And we'll have a repeater. This is our signal that we are good to go. Although it's too slow. If I could just make a... If I could just do something like this, that would make this easier. But I can't because of this observer. Although technically I could move the string over and then maybe I'd... This is one of the more... Of all the things that I've built, this is one of the ones that feels the most ridiculous. Okay. But here's the idea. I'm gonna have a piston. There, and then if we do this, that piston will not do the thing. Oh, well, that's a problem. have to put a waste terracotta here. Interesting, so this should be working. What? Stay in my ear, please. Thank you. That's... oh, okay. Okay, so then all we have to do is do this. And this. And that goes there. And then I think this is gonna work. We'll do that with a ridiculous bit. And the repeater here to pick up the signal. So this is going to move this way, so it doesn't move up and down, it moves this way. Okay, so we need to pull a signal here. And it has to be on this thing. Ah, no. It's... okay. But as long as we have another block. No, it'll still do the same thing. Oh, we're so close. So close. And particularly, we can keep stacking this up. You know, because now we have that, which essentially carries the signal that's we're good to go. And now that goes there, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever done. And then we're literally building into the floor of the... Okay. So whenever this is high, whenever this is active, we know that we're good. We know that we can push this piston. And then on the other side of this, we're going to put a repeater. And an observer. And I hate this, but I'm gonna do that. And let's see. How are we going to propagate the signal? Because my idea is that, so this is just going to be always ready to power this piston. And then whenever this pushes up, it'll get it actually powers and it'll get knocked back down by this. But we have to find a way to actually, at that point, power the piston. It truly has, Eve. It absolutely has. Okay. So when the item goes through here, comes this way, that's going to signal that we need to push. And if this piston is retracted, then we can go ahead and push. But if the piston is not retracted, then this will stay up until it is retracted. And then we can push. I'm a genius. Or something. Perhaps a mad scientist. This is perhaps one of the less hinged things I have done. I guess all that remains is to test the system. With a minecart. Okay, we're gonna get some items. We're gonna we have a 2-game tick delay here. So to be safe, we can make sure that this piston does a full That's not going to work. So there's still a possibility that we could mess up here, because we could have an item cross here and here at the same time. Let's see. So with this piston, there's a 3-tick delay before this block becomes quote unquote real and can transmit power. Because if we do tick freeze, and we activate that, okay. So tick step 2. Okay. So now this observer is powered. Tick step 1, 2, 3. The block is real. Oh, never mind. We have 2 ticks. But still. Should have taken 3. Hmm. Uh, that's not what I wanted. It seems to me that this piston is quasi-powering itself. Which is just the thing I did not want to deal with today. If I do this... That sure is quasi-power. Okay, so there's gotta be some way to do this, right? We just have to figure out what it is. We're on the right track. We do need something here. Okay. Take this out, simplify this again. Okay. And now... torch. We have redstone, and if this goes away, that turns off. Good. Put that back. What we can do is we can run a repeater through here. And we can essentially put this upside down. Observer. Which cannot be here. It has to be... The thing is, it doesn't really matter where we put it as long as these items don't hit it. So I think we can just do that. Unless the items have a way of falling on here, which I don't think they do. Okay. I can. Um, I wonder if we can do this even simpler. Okay, so you see the idea. We can push this block into place. When that observer does its thing. Problem is, where does it come from? It can come from the bottom, maybe? Because I think that we might not have the quasi-connectivity problem here. No, we definitely do. Okay. So it has to be pushed in from the back or the side. Or the top. It can be pushed in from the top. String. Observer. Okay, so when this fires, the piston will fire and we'll push this down and this will fire. And the redstone won't block the items from going across. And then when that happens, I have to have a piston here, but that's a problem because it's always going to be up. Um, okay, we are so close. We just have to find a way to push this back up. And it's not obvious to me how to do that. Or if this grinder will even work, but that's a question for another day. Probably in 20 minutes. That can go up. Like, it's still not perfect. It should be good enough, though. We could do... Node block. We put a node block here. Oops. That sort of worked. So here was my thought. If we put the node block here, then when it became powered, it would update the piston, cause the piston to realize it was quasi-powered. Okay, so let's try a different strategy. When the block comes down, we're just gonna send it back up. So when the block comes down and gets powered, then this will also get powered, and there has got to be a way to do this. I'm missing something. This is feeling super intense, and I don't get it. We just have to make sure this is timed. So if we do... Okay. Got a glass box. Could use to... Oops, okay. Let's add this. Do that. Do that. That, okay. And we should have what we need. Good. Okay. So now we just need this here. This here. Welcome in, Rebex. I don't know you, but you seem cool. Okay, so if we can just get this block to up, which is pretty easy to do, all we need to do is put this here, put this here, this here, and all of a sudden it's quasi-powered. Lovely. With this, it isn't. What's going on, Eve? Okay. Okay, so when this pushes down, conceptually, this should work. Doesn't quite work. So this thing is quasi-powered when this is down. We just need to make it realize that. And the way to do that is with a observer. Because we actually want a delay here. So truly, we actually don't care. We can just use the repeater. And then okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. Give me a string. Eve, I'm so sorry. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I am like, the question is it going to work in the context of this? Okay, so far so good. We don't have anything hooked up to power this, but we can just use a button. I think that worked. I'm gonna have to see that one again. Hey, Weave. What are you seeing? Uh, shh. Um, I don't know how long the strings. Okay. I don't know how long this string stays active for. Right. This up. Usage. Activation. Entity intersecting. These redstone. Interesting. So the string is going to be active for 10 game ticks, which is a lot of game ticks. It means we'll definitely get some extraneous pushes here if we're not careful. But I think that's okay. I think. Doesn't seem to be causing any problems necessarily. Okay, and now all we need to do is power this. Um, and the easiest way to do that is like we just did a few minutes ago. And this needs to be 9 blocks long. Well, not 6, 9, followed by another leaf, a string, an observer, glass, or rather a non-sticky block. Let's with green glazed terracotta tonight. That's gonna go That's there. Mm, Slide. Yes, that's it. Sticky. And okay, it's not picking up any items, so let's move away just a little bit. Let a couple of good items. I sure do design some janky storage. um, hmm. I forgot I do need a delay on this, but for the sake of experimentation, we're going to keep it this way for just a second. We're going to let it keep going. Okay. That should work. Unless items come in at just the wrong tick, I think this should work just fine. Okay. We do have a slight problem here, but we can solve that with this. Okay, and then we just need to add. Actually, there's no reason we can't just do. I think there's no reason we can't do this. Because then it'll retract just in time. And then push. And we can even have one less component if we were to do it. Uh-oh. Okay. That way. Okay. This thing stays active for quite some time. Not long enough. Um... I mean, we can just... see we need to delay this more, but... we have a problem. Items got stuck. Probably because of bad timing. I see what's happening. Okay, items got stuck here. We have a couple of problems. Items got stuck here because they got pushed back this way while this one was busy pushing items this way. So... but for such a theoretically simple proposition, it sure is easy to mess up. Because this one also has to... I don't want you to do the same logic twice. That'd be awful. I mean, if I will if I have to, but... we have a problem. The items coming this way, they got stopped because they ran into this thing while it was extended. And there's really nothing we can do in that situation. Okay, here's the thing. Vex suggested sending the items to the overworld for processing there, and I am considerate. Because we have a problem. This is stuck. I'm not considering it that hard, Joe. I wonder if we don't just need to... okay, so we can make the situation less likely by actually introducing a delay here. Because what happens right now is that the items go through and that causes us to push. And then when the string clears 10 seconds later, that gives another update. And that causes it to retract. But if we were to use a repeater set to 2 game ticks, that would ensure set to 2 headstone ticks, 4 game ticks. That would then allow the thing to retract normally. It would then double push, but... no, Joe. The problem is that the items have to come in from 2 different sides, and if they conflict, then we have a problem. If the timing is wrong, for example, if items come by this way at just the wrong time, then they can trigger this to push, which then this is extended when the items come back this way in the loop, and then we're stuck. They don't get pushed back. So this isn't even gonna help. We got a problem. What about pushing? Hang on. Okay, so if I do this, and then I put items in here. How about we banish you? You're the tumbleweed. Thank you very much. Alright. Oh, that's in there. Okay. Now give me a string. Oh crap. That's not what I wanted. Okay, if I do... It truly was. That's it. Thanks. And then if I just disconnect this altogether, and then I push this, how far does it go? Does it stop on the... It does not. Okay. Because I want to see if I can make a cycle for this, because then it's only 1 entry point. At least for this, and that solves that problem. Mostly. But the problem is that we have to find a way to make the items stop here. And they don't seem likely to stop. If we were to put glass here, and then we were to put items in, so that one, then where do they stop? Right where we want them. Okay. Close enough anyway. Close. Because now, if we just do this on both sides, then the items will always stop on here, and we can just string a string here, just for symmetry, an observer. We could do this here. Okay, observer, this, this, this. Okay, so now we're hooked into the same system that synchronizes this piston with this one. And we don't have to worry about this piston firing from 2 different sources. It's only from one now. And items, in theory, should stop in the right spot. Joe, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, so the item's gonna come this way. We need to do this, and then do this. And do this, and this, and... Of course, Joe. Who else would it be? It's probably the woke liberal government banning hate speech. Alright. Interesting. We don't even have to support that. We can just put it there. Um, Thanks, Eve, for your astute observation. Very helpful of you. Solid block. Last block. Stupid. Okay. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do that. Do this. Do this. Do these. Do that. Do those. Okay. With any luck, this should work. We still have to trigger this somehow. But we can do that pretty easily. Dang. Perhaps even by replacing this with a detector rail. That would cause problems. An item racetrack. What is your Discord name these days? Did you change it? I'm checking your Discord name. No, it just says Eve. Just... Okay. Welcome in, Cairo. That's how you say that, right? Okay. Minecraft problem identifier? Gotcha. But there's no guarantee that this is gonna work, so... I guess we can just check and make sure that this is gonna work the way we want. So we need to Well, that didn't really work. Oh. Oh, we got a problem. Because these things are edge lines. So they'll always stop here. Okay. Good luck. I hope it helps. So, the studies that I've read on the subject, and I wasn't able to find them recently, but they've done studies that have compared the absorption of progesterone by by oral and transdermal methods, because there's a lot of formulations of progesterone available to cis women for various HRT related purposes, and yeah, I definitely noticed that progesterone's effects do. I do notice them when I use the arm method, and um, and the studies show that it's well absorbed transdermally. So I'm glad you're at least getting some relief from the nausea. I wonder if what happens. All right. Um, I don't know that it matters that much, but I do know that the skin is thinner on the inside of the arm. So this is what it's I've never tried to do it on the top of the arm, but I squeeze the pill into one arm and then just rub my arms together so it all goes so that I get it all and none of it is on like my fingers or anything. Um, okay. Any luck with this? That did not help me one bit. That makes things worse. Okay, let's stop this business. No problem. I hope it really helps you. Um, so the farm has been made. This is a magma cube farm, so it produces frog lights and magma cream. I'm trying to build a new storage for it and rather failing to do so. I guess we would put this. If the item is truly edge aligned, then we would put this one back further, I think. At which point we would just want to keep an ice here. And we would still need to do. this, and then this, and this. Especially in the nether where you can't use water streams. I have spent 2 streams now dealing with this simple fact that we can't use water streams in the nether. It's a pain in the ass. Ah, okay. We might want a slide delay here. We have to make sure the item loses all forward momentum before we hit it again. So let's do the repeater. Gotta delay those pushes. This one should be okay, I think. Do my delay just to be safe, but should be okay. I think it's working, so let's do that for now. Okay. Welcome back, Joe. Okay, this can die. These are dying. Good, good, good. Okay, let's send the card. Joe, why do you keep killing yourself? Can I even say that on Twitch? I don't know, but okay. Well, okay, dropper conveyors are expensive and too slow for this. Neat. Okay. And messed up. Are we aligned correctly here? I am not sure that we are. But I think we have sufficient delay, right? Let's just double check that. I'm pretty sure that's not the problem. Got a couple of problems. I just don't see how we're going to avoid the possibility that items come in from two places at once. And that is causing us no end of problems. We have to. Correct. We're having them. There's no shulk alerts, as you can see. There's. We're having the problem regardless. We have to. Oh, what did you just do? Why? Well, that's another problem. I never listened to AI at all. Work. What has it told me this time? How very smart of it. Alright. Just delete everything. I need to rethink this. Okay. So here's what needs to happen. Yeah, it happens. Okay, so first of all, eat. Second of all we really know is that the items have to get pushed out this way. And then by some means, they need to be put They need to be pushed across the hoppers, the shulker loaders repeatedly. That's all we actually know. All we actually care about. So let's go take a look at something real quick. While I fly towards my base, I'm gonna go grab some water. Oh dear Eve. Perfect. Alright. So okay. Cursed. Let's see, down here somewhere. The old tunnels. And in here. Oh. Yeah. It's up at the top, I guess. I think I. Long way around. So what I'm looking for. Yes, Eve, I'm actually working on it. That's what the shulker box is for. I just haven't gotten around to it. To finishing whatever it is working on. But what I'm going for here. Bat has a nether farm. He has another fortress farm. It was. I used to actually have my tunnel branching off of this one until I finalized my base location and made my own tunnel. But for about a year, I would say, maybe less. But for a few months, I was using this thing. So this used to be the way to my base. And this way is to Bats' fortress farm. And one of the things he has here is a storage that works by pushing a slime block, much like mine. Okay, so how does this thing work? It has a string, and then that goes into a 6-tick repeater. Okay. Okay. So this is the essentially the same thing we got going on. There's a lot of striders in there, which is interesting because this farm was built before striders existed. So I don't know what they're doing. That's a lot of striders. Okay, so here's a clock. And okay, so we got items come this way. They hit this observer. And I guess activate this compare to decay clock. But the decay clock doesn't seem to be decaying, is the thing. It's just staying powered at 13. And then I think if this thing decays fully, then this would come on and force this to push. I guess. I don't really know what's going on, but okay, so this is very simplistic compared to what we got. Where do the items enter? Okay, so they come down through this, this, and they land here. Okay, so how do they get pushed? That must be what the clock is for. To make sure they get pushed. But then if the items come through here, then it resets the clock. So that it doesn't push. Okay. That's kind of a interesting solution. But I guess this... Oh, absolutely, Joe. 100%. Okay, so this is actually kind of smart. Okay, so this is a good idea. We're gonna look at this in creative. Okay, so we could put in like a slab here. Let's use these slabs for the moment. And this will help keep the items contained. Although it's going to be a problem with that, but just a very different approach, Eve. I'll explain how it works as we go. Okay. The slime block will push and pull these, which is actually going to be a problem. Our other problem is that okay, but we can go back to the like push me pull you design. Maybe one with a honey block. The idea is, so our problem that we experience is that when we're pushing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, we can have items enter at the wrong point in the cycle and trigger the piston. And if the piston is triggered at the wrong time, so like it detects items coming in, pushes, and it just happens to push while the items are coming back, then the items will get stuck right here because the slime block will be forward. And the items will get stuck here where they can't be pushed. And I was trying to do a detection-based solution to that. But okay, so we probably shouldn't do that. But what Bats did was he simply added a timer. And he said that we are, like, if items have come by recently in the loop, then we're going to push based on that and we're going to push based on the drop. So it's kind of the same approach that I was doing earlier with the wire that came across that prevented it from pushing this way if that one was active. But better. But timer based. Okay, so we still face one problem. And the problem we have is that, I guess it doesn't have to be a huge problem, but I'm thinking about how to solve it. Okay. Hmm. So we still have the problem with this hopper. Limits our options. Because if we shoot items this way, the hopper doesn't stop and we just drop. So, Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 2 leaves. Do this. Okay. Okay, Codex. You can drive yourself insane or you can try it. The only way you're going to know if it works for you is by trying it. Everybody gets a little bit different results with everything to do with HRT, and unfortunately, you just have to give it a shot, see how it works for your body. Okay. Cool. So, we're going to put our filters. Me too. I'm sorry if I came out too strong. Unfortunately, um, I read everything too. I drive myself crazy. But welcome in, Tyler. Um, I drive myself crazy reading articles, but at the end of the day, it's your body. And your body is not a paper. And ultimately, that's just the way that it is. You gotta, in order to know if you really want to know, like you use the papers to make your best guess, then if you really want to know if it works for you, you gotta try it. Okay. We have a problem. We can align the items on this one and put the storage out front. That's probably what we have to do. We'll just have it sticking out to the front. That's not a big deal. Good, Tyler. Neither do I. Okay, so we have this farm, right? It produces magma cream and fog lights, and we have a car eater. And we are trying our best to make a collection that doesn't use water streams because there's no water in the nether. It has taken me 2 streams. Hopefully it doesn't take me a 3rd. Okay, moving on. So this is going to push this way, and we're going to have a string, and we're going to have a observer. Goes into a block, goes into a repeater. And the 6-game tick delay gives time for the items to come to a complete stop. Okay. Yes, Eve, that's exactly the problem. Okay, let me get these earbuds to stay, please. Okay, so the items will come this way. And they'll stop there, they'll get pushed. So far, so good. We also need a clock. And what the clock is going to do 100% critics. What the clock is going to do is just dripping with bats here. I think this works, right? If we do... Okay, so that doesn't quite work. We would need it to be this. We need to build this other way. Okay, so it goes this way. But see, this isn't exactly what we want. We want to... We want to have a timer that starts whenever this gets a signal from this observer. Okay, so we're going to do this. And then whenever something happens with this, we want to essentially kind of do the same thing. Okay, 1 second. Let's go take one more look at what's going on here. And this. Tyler, if you didn't know what was going on before, nobody knows what's going on here. It's too many striders. Okay, so this activates when the items come past, and then this goes on, and then... What actually happens is that this clock slowly runs out, and when it does is... Okay, so the clock is actually powering... Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so the clock is actually powering this directly. It's not even driven by this. Oh, then it's probably for on-proofing or something. Okay, but I don't want to do a ton of unnecessary stuff, so... Torch. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. You know what we could do? Okay, so this is always going to be going around, so this will get clocked again no matter what. So that makes our job easier. All we actually need to do is make sure that if this clock is running, if there's items going around in this circle, then this one, and if there's items going around the loop actively, then we want to disable this input from actually firing the... And we can make this compact too. Okay. Do this, reverse this. And then just take this across to a piston. Oh my god. Okay, we can put that back on the other side, it's fine. Okay, so this observer is triggered. And oh. Okay, so that pulse is not long enough. Okay, that should do it. Didn't quite. I'm so sorry, Eve. Um, okay, I just really would like us to be compact and very, very nice in that way. All right, options. I think we're really, really close. Um, we just need this to get powered. Yeah, there really ain't room for the both of you. All right. So we need to power it off the repeater. There's ways to do this, but fine. We can just have two repeaters, I guess. Okay, and this goes here. And then we get this going here. Okay, this is gonna go here. And see, that's really not what I wanted. This was really convenient. I just needed to work. Goodness, Joe. All right, we can do this. We can do that. That'll still power the piston, right? Yes. Okay, and now we build our clock. Yeah. Now we're in the wrong spot. I just want this to be compact and beautiful and the best thing anybody's ever seen. Is that too much to ask? I'm beginning to think it might be. But what's going to happen here is we are going to... I know, Eve. You get it. And I'm so grateful for you. Okay, we might be getting some... No, we're not. Okay, so the idea here is that we are going to have... yes, it absolutely is too much. So we're going to have a repeater here. And whenever this powers, it's going to power the repeater and push as long as this block is up. Welcome back, Vex. Good to see you. So when is this one going to be up? It's going to be up if this one hasn't gone recently. And so for that, we can use a simple compare to decay clock. And we can just go here, here, here. Codex, okay, that is kind of low. It's not the word. Okay, so you're celebrating. You actually do love this. Shut up, Vex. We're working on a completely different strategy. Probably as fast as it is elsewhere in the world. They don't have capitalism. Or it's not as entrenched. Happy birthday, Tyler. I didn't realize it was your birthday. But happy birthday. What are you drinking? It's not like I'm gonna know. I don't work in a team anymore. Problem is that we need this to be immediate. And we were gonna have it be too. If this would only power redstone dust here. But guess what? It doesn't. This repeater will not power this redstone dust. Which I suppose I should be grateful for. But in this one specific situation, it's rather annoying. Alright. This sucks. Because this was going to be beautiful. All ruins. Oh, maybe not ruins. Just slightly less appealing. We can still do, like, truly. We could just push this back. And we can go there and there. We can do that and that. And that. And that. And that. Okay. Thanks. That's not what we wanted. That's called a burnout clock. Alright. We try again. I mean, I think that we can just do this. And then this would be powered. Interesting. What is going on here? Okay. Okay, and 2 ticks later that turns off. And the clock begins. 2 ticks later. 2 ticks later. Okay, okay, okay. I get it now. Honestly, as long as she doesn't make me eat it, I respect it. All right. Someone gave it to her, but she doesn't want it. Okay, then. And we're just gonna have this over here, and gonna power this, and for long enough for the clock to stabilize. And then do that, and that. And the comparator. So we built in a comparator clock. Okay, and what this does is it powers this. So if items come through here, hmm, that's not what I wanted to have happen here. This juncture. So what about Okay, and then we have to power this efficiently. Interesting. I think I might be the only cream cheese hater in the world. I think that's the case. All right. What do we? I just need a signal from this thing. Okay, so that's what we want to happen. Okay, is it the prettiest thing in the world? No, but it works. And it's way prettier than the last thing I tried to do. Okay, so if items come across here, it's going to disable this from powering this, at least for a while. And by the way, Joe, if you're still listening, I'm freezing the game for the moment, unless I decide to change that. Okay, so those just need carpets. Is bond proven. Joe, I froze the game a minute ago to like test something, and then I was just letting you know that I don't plan to do that again for a minute, but I might change my mind. Okay, so this is going to have to be the aligned side, which means it's the side where we back off the device by one. Also, don't tell anybody, but you can just do that. This is going to confuse the hell out of Max. If he's not watching. Amazing. It's just floating there, but it works. You can barely tell. Okay, so now here is where we do the cake. Cake, and we do this. And we need a piss. No. And not to my knowledge. Okay. Do that. Do that. I think this is going to be it, folks. I think this is going to work. I friggin' hope. That's not spawn safe. We'll have to cover it in leaves. And observe. Block glass. Piston. Slime block. Okay, here goes nothing. But having this glass block here just slows down the items so they don't go off the edge. And I think that should be good, so all I need now is a lever. Hmm. Okay, so this is not waiting long enough. Another cake. There we go. Now this farm sure does kill them slowly. I think this is it, folks. I think this is gonna be it. Yes. With the items going around in the circle, this thing stays off, which is what we want. And then when there's no more items, see this way, when there's new items in, it just pushes out the right cycle. And then when there's no more items, if we ever run out of items in the cycle, well then this will be enable. And it'll push on cart again. Okay, and see, it enables the cart. Sweet. Oh my god, you guys cannot believe. I'm sure you can, but like, I'm happy. We might have to shift this over just a little bit. I think. I wouldn't go that far. Um, Okay, so my question is now, because the hoppers have to be on this side. So I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. This will be a problem. We can do this. That would be a problem. Excellent. Okay, so the only thing is that I would like to use... Did it fit perfectly? It did. Actually, I'm going to be silly about this. I think. Alright. Ochre. Burdens. Or lessons. So this one's going to be ochre. I think we just lost our items. Yes, we lost our filter items. Okay, well, that's fine. I know how to do these. There, aren't I clever? Oops. Okay, do this, and we're gonna do. Let's see. I guess I can just do whatever for these. Let's do 20 blocks. Oh shit! I was gonna put a crafter here. Okay, okay. We got our. Where's my? Where's my crafting one? Move that. Because I wanted to make one that crafts. It crafts the into magma blocks. And I'm gonna do that. Okay, I feel like at one point somebody sent me on Wednesday, somebody sent me a crafting loader. See, the entire point of this was that we need 20 boxes of magma blocks, and we don't want to have to craft those manually, so we are going to figure out how to not have to do that. But at some point, somebody had sent me crafting slice for this. Um, let's take a look actually. Now, somewhere around here. Over this way. A hole in the roof. Column. Where's my crafting area? Nine to one. 4 to 1. Okay, these are pretty tall though. Okay, folks, I think it's time to wait out because I want to do, unless one of these works. mm, But I would like to do a crafter for this, a crafter loader. And that's the one I was building. I want to figure out a crafting loader, but I don't have it in me tonight. So I think we will do this sometime next week. If you would like to know when we do it next week, exclamation point Discord. You can sign up for stream alerts if you want to. That's separate. I don't ping everyone. I have this special role for stream alerts. Vex, I don't know how to please you. I just don't. If you want to mass craft 80 boxes of magma cream into 40 boxes of magma blocks, do you want to do that, Vex? Would you like to do that for me? Because if you will, then I'll just build this thing as is, and that's what it'll be. But what's it going to be? I'm hearing silence. I'm taking that to mean that Vex wants me to do my thing. Fair enough. Okay. Well, either way, exclamation for Discord and see when the next stream is going to be. Maybe we'll make a crafting loader. Maybe we won't. Mm. Yes. Thank you, Vex. I love the auto crashing table. Okay. With that, let's go find a raid. I think we're going to go raid Griffin just because he's live and we haven't seen him in a couple of months. So, with that, I'm going to set up the raid here. Thank you all for being here. I will see you over in Griffin's channel, and I'll see you here probably next week sometime. We'll see you all. I'll let you know on my Discord. All right. See you later. Good night.